Yo, you guys want White Vibe? Oh, okay. No. All right, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, that's true. Okay, that's fair. Oh my god. What's up, chat? How you guys doing? What up, Aquila, Lucas, Saints, Nono, Agara, Jigs, Lou? How you guys doing? Saints. Oh my god, he's burning. This is so dumb. Uh, we'll love cock here. Alright then. Alrighty then. I'm glad that you guys are embracing yourself, you know? That's important, that's important. I'm glad. Your sentimental liar. Open your mouth, it seems like you've got something to say. Sing a song like a sigh. All right. Yes. Cock to greatest emote, no bias. I pretend you don't like cock. What do you mean? I never agree or deny. Huh? Like a sigh. Your sentimental liar. Open your mouth to sing like you've got something to say. Sing your song like a sigh. What? Something. Be-do-be-do-do-do. All right. Nani kore? Oh, okay. This and that. The top 5 TFT player added dick face on 7TV? Hell yeah. Good shit, good shit. Welcome to the club. They understood. They understand. They understand. Fuck this city. This. Say I can't. Resetting alert. Do not panic. I said do not panic! Thank you. Yeah. Sing I am released. Fuck this city. This on my own. I am released. So fuck this city. I am released. Fuck this city. I am released. Fuck this city. Okay, we're gonna finish this today. Not this one. This one's already done. I'm gonna try to finish this today. And then we're gonna play some horror game. Woo! Fun. Fun. The fuck is that? What the fuck is what? Bum, 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 bum. By the way, you guys might want to refresh one time, just in case of delays. All right. Oh, the TF statue. It is pretty cursed, not gonna lie. It is pretty cursed. Refresh dish. Hopefully my internet is gonna be a little bit better by the time we start playing games. Because we're gonna play a game that's very high in detail. Like HD. Like photorealistic graphic. And if my internet's dog shit, it's not gonna be as cool. So hopefully, by the time we're done with drawing, internet gonna be better. You need to refresh this stream and enable that low latency mode. Yes, I have done all that. Get to it. The fuck is Pepega art? Hold up. That is definitely me. Basically. Chat, how many games did you guys haul from Steam Summer Sale? Oh, don't remove Milkman Rafe. What do we spam when we listen to when we listen to this? I love this song. You know, Ocarina of Time, yeah. That was for a Zelda stream. That I only did for once. Yeah, we can remove that. And honestly, there are two drawing related emote. One is Dong Crayon, and then the other one is the one that you just added, Pepega Drawing. So, oh, I mean Pepega Art. So that's two, similar. You guys can choose which one you guys like. You guys can remove your mom because I already did her last. Ask Ashy for more people giggle? What do you mean? Oh, ask. Oh. Nah. That is abuse of power. Excuse me. Actually. Oh my god, this song. Get ready, chat. It's gonna get faster. Oh, not yet, not yet. Actually. They already stole a Yum Yum from Ash. Well, Ash is a moderator in 7TV, so technically that means we just approving his moderation. You have good collection. Approved. High quality mod. Ooh. %of his emotes sucks, but he has some gems. Excuse me? Are you trying to tell me that white people pussy is bad? Wait, no, not that one. Which one is that again? I forget the name. The emote. Oh, Jesus Christ. I forgot what it's called. Whoa. Give us. Where's you at? It's 777. I think too much emote's gonna be a little bit of a headache as well, because sometimes you forgot you add this and that. You know what I mean? Not. Song make me come this morning. What? Huh? The song jacks you off? What? Huh? Misogi. Misogi. Apricity. Okay. Alright. Oh, based on the album, it's a metal. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Wanking. What the fuck? Hmm. Is a very old school vibe. Okay. Hmm. Delicious solo. Very 90s vibe. Like 90s metal. Oh my god. What are these emo? Oh no. Oh no. It's a very strong solo. I didn't know you like those kind of solo, like old school stuff. No. Kind of makes me want to listen to Dream Theater for some reason. Some John Petrucci stuff. Sup, Hadian? How you doing? Okay, I don't think it works with white emotes. No, no. Be holiday. I'm thinking about to curb on my cat tomorrow. Whoa! Not the cat, though. You are my high. That you are my high. Ping, 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 bing, 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 bing. 7 TV. I think they didn't have 7 TV. I don't have neither cow nor lamb, so I sacrifice. My sacrifice is my cat, Monka Giga. No. How's my internet right now? Okay, 4 megs stable, pretty good. Hey, yeah.
Hello cock SSS, hello Saints cock 69, hello no underscore cock, hello head cock 69, hello.
So many cock. Jesus Christ. I like how Jake's name is just Cox. Oh my god. You are my high. You are my high. Holy rat, what's up, Digga? How you doing? You are my high. You use. You are my high. There's an EDM festival on the sea in my city today? What? What do you mean? De Coctulio. Sounds like a fucking mafia name. Mr. De Cock. Hmm. I wonder why. Aww? I see. This. This. Okay. uh. Digga. Huh? So crowded, traffic jam, and lines of cars? Huh? What game will we play tonight? No spoiler, but it's a horror game, and you guys probably will like it if I can stream it. Basically, we talked about it a lot. We saw 2 to 3 trailers of it throughout its development. It's been in development hell for years, and it finally released like a week ago, less than a week. So it's an EDM festival, but the stage is right above the sea. What? What is it called? That sounds cool. Sounds like something that you would get in Bali. Why is this see-through? The fuck? That's a mystery. What's the name of the festival, Digga? Now I'm curious. Because I was into EDM a while ago. Okay, I'm not adding that. I don't think we need that. Oh my god. See you! Oh! Breakbeat. Oh! Internet's back to normal. Let's fucking go. That's what I'm talking about. Well, my internet is still good. I'm gonna download one more game in case. Alright, never mind. The other game is 30 gigabyte. Alright, I'll download that some other time. Jesus Christ. Why is it so expensive? I mean, why is it so big? Not expensive. Have you read about GTA 6 news? What do we have about GTA 6? We already know that it is like it's just starting development, right? Oh, this song. I am falling in love. Falling in love. Just healing. Shark Hearts 2.0. So what's about it? Hadian. I legit haven't heard anything about GTA 6 because I know it's still stuck in development. Like, what are they gonna bring? Are you going to get back? Radu, what is it? Texas time? Oh my god. Do you just need do you need to add literally every single We have programming. I can relate to that because I'm a programmer. I shouldn't say that. All right. Radu, is it worth to buy Elden Ring? You're asking a biased person. Yes. But I'm biased. I bought and played literally every single Souls in the series. So I might not become competent for this question. Also, Dega, what's the festival? You're probably away earlier. I'm kind of curious now. What's the name of the festival? This broke me. I'm at home. What? No, no. What's the music festival that you said is above the sea thingy? Oh, what? It's literally close to your place. Oh, okay. I thought like it's something big. Interesting. I thought it's like something like really popular in your city. Rockstar moves all the RDR division to focus on GTA 6. I can see that. I mean, I think that's logical, considering Red Dead Redemption's kind of done in development right now. Completely believable. Completely believable. But are they a little bit late to the party? Probably. But what am I to say? Oh, the online division? Ooh, interesting. Maybe they're done doing things in RDR RDO then, because they call the online division Red Dead Online. This song's kind of weird. Why you bought ping? Huh? Bought ping? Oh, it's the yeah, the other bots sometimes a little bit random. Sometimes it's instant, sometimes it's like an hour later. To make online mod on GTA 6 first and they make story later? Ooh. I can see that. At this point, not surprising. At this point, not surprising at all. But we'll see. We'll see what are they gonna do. I'm actually not sure what else they can do. But other than, you know, start making the game properly. And make sure the game actually delivers. Because comparing it to GTA 5, it is a very hard, you know, quality to get into. GTA 5 has such a high bar. Even for Rockstar themselves, I feel like. So, yeah. I feel like the next one, the next GTA 6, it has to be really good or no one's gonna like it. Because honestly, if GTA 6 is dog shit, you can always just reinstall GTA 5. It's still good. You know what I mean? It's still a really good game. That game is, I don't know, aged like a wine. Yes, I can wait to have another campaign completely ignored for greed. What do you mean ignored? Are you telling me that GTA 5 campaign is ignored because of online? I don't think so. Because the GTA Online released way later. No? What's that? Cyberpunk? Not really in the mood for Cyberpunk. GTA 5 had multiple story DLC cancelled for online. Oh, I don't know about that one. Honestly, I didn't really care about the DLC for GTA 5 considering the main campaign is such a it's so satisfying. When you finish GTA 5 campaign, it was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like I feel like I don't need another after that. Like the conclusion of the story is pretty cool. And yes, what they did instead is to put some of those DLC into the GTA Online. Because it makes more money. Honestly, why are you guys even surprised? Rockstar is owned by 2K. Do you guys forgot who 2K game is? Do you guys surprised? Like 2K guys, 2K games. They make NBA 2K. They make fucking those all those 2K sports game that literally recycled from the past year games for the sake of releasing a moneymaker. Like, were you surprised? you know? Do I like it? No. Is there anything I can do about it? No. So I'm just kind of like, whatever. I played GTA 5, the campaign. I was satisfied. The GTA Online at first was fun. Now it's kind of bad. It's kind of like not even worth it. You know, the usual. Yeah. Like, if you're gonna install GTA Online, you only want to install it for the mods, for like the custom servers. You do not, you do not play the official servers in GTA Online. You do not. At least not anymore. It used to be cool. Now it's like basically entering public world in VR chat. It's literally chaos filled with 12 years old that shoots RPG on every direction. So yeah. RP. I finished it 4 times and it got worse each time when the new game Shine wears off its pretty standard story. I don't understand people who actually finish, like, I don't know. Uh, Like, who finished GTA 5 campaign 4 times? Like, why? Unless, like, you speedrun, obviously. But other than that, I don't see the benefits. If you want to get the different endings or different outcomes on some mission, sure. Roleplay. RP. Any RPer? Any RPer in the chat? Any RPs handy? Did someone said RP? Huh? Rockstar doesn't fix the infinite orbital strike exploit on purpose because it gets the kid to buy it. Not even Activision is that disgusting. Can I join a server without getting insta-kill spam from the sky? Infinite orbital strike exploit. Huh. I don't think your reasoning is true, obviously. Like, I get it. 2K want to make games, but obviously no one can get away with, you know, getting their game abused by exploits. I love tens. Yeah, you guys heard that Shroud's back in pro scene? Woo! Can't wait for the next tournament. It's gonna be fun. They're aware of it and don't care, but money glitches fixed within 3 hours. I still don't. I still don't. You know. I don't think "don't care" is the right word. I think the right word is that they know what they're doing. I actually managed to get in on a money exploit the minute it was discovered, and less than 2 hours later, it was fixed. I don't know. I feel like it's really hard for me to give a shit because the GTA Online itself is such a shit idea right now. At first, it was pretty cool, but after a while, it was like, where is the online mode going? Like, it's almost like they're not, they don't know what are they doing. Which, you know, it's not a bad thing. That means they're experimenting, but at the same time, GTA Online does not have a clear scope of what they're trying to do for the next couple of years with that thing. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like the mode is just like something's very random. That's the way I see it. At first, it was cool because, you know, it was basically GTA but online. Literally. That idea itself is already like, whoa, what the fuck? That's crazy. Considering it was the first one, right? But after that, it was like, why do you want to play GTA Online? Like, what's the fun? Like, you get to do missions and with your own characters, to buy better car, to buy better apartment, and then to do harder mission to buy better apartment and better car. Like, but for what? Like, what's the end goal? What's the end game? You know what I mean? GTA Online does not have an end game for me. It's a very floating uh game as a concept. Paper X from SG that have Indo players even better than that Sentinels? What? Paper X fourth best team in the world? I have no idea. I don't keep up with the Valorant tournament, honestly. I only know the VZT. VCT. I know Paper X, but I don't keep up with the players. They know exactly what they want with it, milking. Yeah. And like, I get it, it's shitty, but talking about it does not do anything. Just don't buy their game. Just don't talk about it. The less people talk about GTA, the better. If you want the outcome of so that Rockstar make better games, don't talk about it. They want the popularity. They want people to keep talking about it so they can keep abusing it. Just let them die. Just let them, like, you know? Let them chilly out. Like, sure, now it's too late because, you know, obviously they're making GTA 6. But if GTA 6 is gonna be bad, just don't talk about it. Don't buy it. Like, I mean, if you want to buy it, sure, it's your money. But you know, if it turns out bad, then just give it, like, you know, contribute however you can, like bad reviews with non-bias. Obviously, I'm not supporting of like fucking bad reviews for the sake of bad reviews, but like a concrete review. That's the opposite of how it works. If nobody points out how bad something is, people will keep buying it and think it's good. No, no, no. You're missing the point. I'm not talking about if nobody points out how bad something is. If a certain game is bad, no one's gonna talk about it. The reason that GTA Online is still popular among the kids, but not the, you know, the actual gamers, is that the game is not that good. That's just the reality. Like I'm not talking about the custom servers. I'm talking about the GTA official online server. Like the core idea of the GTA Online is too chaotic. It's too nonsensible. It's like you get there, you roam around, everything was okay until everyone starts shooting rocket launcher randomly. Like, the fuck is going on? Like I said, I love the idea, but they butchered it pretty hard because of the way they market the game. Like, buy shark cards so you can buy this and that and this and that in the game. Wow. Like, what? You know what I mean? But like I said, there's not much you can do about it. That's just how it goes. Like, I swear to God, other than you Saints, no one talked about GTA Online to me. I haven't heard about GTA Online since 2018, 2019. I'm not talking about the custom servers. Everyone talked about the 5M, but no one give a shit about GTA Online. Honestly, because it's not worth the time to talk about or to be talked about. They live off the griffers. Of course, they'll cater to them. Well, let them do their thing. You know, if they want to do that, whatever. It's not like GTA is the only game in the world. GTA turned out to be bad, unlucky. Well, time to play something else. That's it. It's that easy. Am I sad that we're not getting GTA 6 sooner? Sure. But is there anything I can do about it? No. In fact, when I beat GTA 5, I was already like satisfied. Like comes to a term with it that GTA 5 probably gonna be the best GTA experience in terms of like as a whole. Sure, we can argue with GTA San Andreas or GTA 4, but GTA 5 is like basically the best of the best that Rockstar can offer essentially. And if that's gonna be their last best game, I'm good with it. You know, I can come to term with that. I think that's fine. There's a lot of other developers out there that also have that issue. Saints Row will have an online sometimes in 2023, and it can be that bad even if they try. So I'm good. Uh, I guess Saints Row fans will enjoy it, but I feel like Saints Row online is gonna be really hard to nail in terms of like success, commercially. Because the thing is that uh people are gonna like they won't stop comparing it to GTA, obviously, in the market. So I feel like the only people that's gonna enjoy Saints Row Online, if that's actually a thing, is the Saints Row fan base himself, which is good. That is good enough. I feel like you know, as you know. Although yeah, fucking what's the name of the devs again? Volition. They're very ambitious with Saints Row. like, sure, it's not a game for everyone, but the fact that they stick into it, like they stick to it, you know, it's a that's rare. You know what I mean? That's a rare uh developer traits nowadays. Like a lot of people just like if they fail with one game or like the sequels start going downhill, they're gonna start moving to another one or abandon the idea. But the fact that they stick to Saints Row is, you know, props. That means they're passionate about their series. We need more. We need more developers like that. Look at Gaben and his passion with Dota 2. Fucking CSGO has been abandoned for years. No, I'm kidding. I still remember when Valorant came out for the first time, like CSGO started to make some update. The moment Valorant's like kicks things up, the CSGO team was just like, oh shit, we're losing players. Fast, quick! Oh my god. Like all they need was a competition. Valorant was a good thing that happens for CSGO. Honestly. But I feel like at this point, they might as well just make like a sequel for CSGO. I feel like this is gonna be cool. Could be cool. It could be cool. But I don't see it happening anytime soon. There's been rumors for fucking half a decade now. But it never happened. Dota got a fucking proper remake to the Source 2 engine. But not but CSGO's never got one. Competition. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, I'm done with that. Let's go back to metal. Come. Mm. Looking good. Alright. Oh my god, I forgot about the shirt. If I can finally do some fucking. Bam, 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 bam. Come. You know what's gonna be cool? Overwatch 2. Whoa. I hecking love Overwatch. But honestly though, I'm actually kind of like curious. What's actually gonna happen when Overwatch 2 came out? Like sure a lot of people like don't like, don't really see it as a sequel. Like no one does, honestly. But at the same time, I want to see uh how are they gonna do Overwatch 2? You know what I mean? Burying the burden. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait. Give me more textures. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Mm. Honestly, the only game I'm actually worried about is Elder Scrolls 6. I don't think they can top Skyrim. I just can't see it living up to the hype. Uh, the thing is that with Bethesda, here's the thing. I understand Bethesda have a record of not delivering what they promised, but at the same time they keep surprises you. And they have a really strong history of good fucking games. You know? So with Bethesda, it's really hard to figure out if they're gonna fuck you up, like make you spend $60 on some dog shit or not. You know what I mean? That's basically how I see Bethesda. That's why I don't really have any opinion with Bethesda. I didn't even play Fallout 4, so you know what? My opinion does not matter anyway. So, yup. Sudo! How you doing, man? What's up, what's up? Welcome. 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 Huh? US stream on Mr. Trap's channel for a few days now. US in the base. Oh my. I'm finishing. Trying to finish it up. What's up, Yua? How you doing? It's getting there though. The hair is quite a challenge. I'm not gonna lie, Yua. I'm not gonna lie. The hair is quite a challenge. I don't think I can do it justice, but hey, you know, your hair design is very, very interesting. I can quite figure it out in 2D. So, all good, chillin'. That's good, that's good. Good cook too. Wait, good chillin'. I forgot I forgot you were named to chilling. Play the cycle with the gang, nice. Hair's hard because I somehow add highlight on it, yeah. Like in your avatar, it looks so good. I'm just really bad with gradient. Like, yeah, gradient is not really my thing. I'm more like a flat color. I'm not really a colorist. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Red is sketchy. I am sketchy in many ways. Not bad. Actually, hold up. Yeah. They heard this best part makes it stands out from the most true. That is true. Proc metal. It's the idea, but it made it harder to recreate in 2D. I think it's fine. I think it depends on the artist. I'm just a lazy artist. I don't do a lot of complex stuff. Like all my characters, original characters, is basic as fuck in terms of design. It's just like the combo of each of the basics makes it interesting. Like Rhea is literally like what, short hair, cat ears and tails, pink. Sure, big booba, I guess, but that's it. Rhea's design is very simple. It's not complex at all, and I like it. That's how I like things. Don't you dare say anything about. I didn't say anything bad about Rhea. I feel what I'm trying to say is that that's how I like things. Or I'm a very simplistic guy. I own like 4 hoodie of the same exact design just because I like it, and it's just like flat gray. It's nothing fancy or anything. I just, if I like something and it's simple, I will like it forever. So that's about it. Simple good, yes. Like my most complex character is probably Katie. And because of that, I haven't even drawn her original costume yet. Like, this is not her original costume. Like, where is it? I have yet to draw her proper in her proper costume. I make a rough sketch of how she's supposed to look like with her original costume. Like, this is the most complex creation of Rat Trap. This is it. This dumbass looking girl. I just, I just don't do things complex. Reachuan. Let them shout. You okay. Ah. feel like the color could be a little bit lighter for their centerpiece. Yeah, something like that. Waste. Lay waste. I think it's shading time. Shading. Shading tackle. Eh. Radio has girlfriends looking at your voice. Listen, this is all pure artistic purposes, alright? This is all pure artistic purposes. Dash all. Completely, purely artistic. I'm just trying to draw my friends. Radio. I use the pink as the base color. This is most of US color pink. There we go. Go back to ping and give him horns. It's just 0-2. Yeah. Yeah. You all with horns? Gun you? Wait a minute. Huh? What time is this? 9:30. We still got time. I actually can't wait to play the horror game. Kinda hype, kinda hype. It's been a while since the last time I played some horror stuff. Bing, bing, bam, 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 Wait, does the new characters, the new fucking, what do you guys call the gods in Genshin again? I forget the name. Does the new characters already released? That one's kind of blew up the internet for a bit. With the leaks and everything. Gods in Genshin? You mean the FBI? Hey, Venti's like hundreds years old, okay? It's fine. Based on the bio. Oh my god. The bio's Andy. Archon. Archon. However the fuck you pronounce that. Archon? Something like that.
But officer, she told me she's 700, how was I supposed to know? Feels weak, man.
It's fucked up. I think Klee is about 400. Jesus. El Clasico. The smaller they are, the older they get. Like, how? How does that work? Huh? So I looked up Klee. Yeah, she's 400 if you remove the 00. Ah. Oh shit. Oh my god. What the fuck does Bachdo art suddenly show up on my Twitter? That was fucking scary, Jesus. Oh, it kind of remind me the meme or the newest character. Ah, shit, I forgot. Like the Genshin character and the rest of the Archon. Oh my god, I gotta find that later. That was so good. Oh, oh, got a call? Alright, I'm back. Yeah, no worries. I was in a call. I was in a call. Gooch, we gooch. Road 96 on Xbox? Ooh. Actually, I have yet to try that game. Is it actually good? Like, what's the actual review? I have no idea for that game. Not a lot of people talked about it for some reason. Not Road 69. 69! LOL, LOL. Maybe I should give it a try. Since it's on Xbox anyway now. More reason to give it a try. Is it a long game, Mary? Or is it just like one of those like I can finish it in one sitting kind of game? Did I hear 69? So once was your ears only fleshed out on those one, huh? Fucking shit, huh? How you doing? What's up? Fucking shit, fucking shit. Okay, I don't like this song. Oh, what the fuck? Not far from overwhelmingly? Ooh, okay. That's good. That's good to know. That's good to know. Weekend grind. Yes, sir. Hope it's not too bad so far. Gambare, gambare. Oh, yo, yo, yo. At least the good news is we're gonna play some horror game today, so hey. That's gonna be fun. Help. After you finish one character, you continue with another. Everyone has their own path. 6 to 10 hours depends on your success or fail. Oh, okay. It's those kind of game. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. I get the rough idea of how the game goes now. Okay, okay, okay. I see, I see. At first, I thought it's gonna be like something like Life is Strange kind of stuff, right? But I guess it's kind of like that, but not really. Like it's its own thing still. Which is, you know, good. It's kind of, yeah, yeah. That's my first impression when I saw the gameplay trailer. I was like, ooh, okay. I see what's going on here. What if you die as everyone? That's an achievement for sure. I bet your ass that's an achievement. I don't know much what may be possible. Yeah, it's probably gonna be really hard to do it. You gotta be really trying to do it. I think you're more thinking about games like the Quarry kind of stuff, Saints. The super massive one, the horror stuff. I don't think it's like that. At least I think so. Ugh. Oh my god, I forgot to buy Death Stranding on Steam Summer Sale. No, I completely forgot. Oh shit. God damn it. Still didn't play that game. Ay ay ay. Maybe next time. Keep forgetting about that game. I don't know why suddenly I remember about Death Stranding. You didn't really? You just were thinking buy or not when sales started? Yeah, no, but I last time I said when on Steam Summer Sale I'm gonna get Death Stranding, but throughout Steam Summer Sale I completely forgot that game exists for a second. Because I actually want to give it a go. At this point, I still have no idea what the game is about. And I'm kind of down to find out. Sibo, I heard Sibo, so Sudo is enjoying it. It's not the best. I feel like a lot of people said as well. It's not the best game ever, but at the same time, if you know what you're getting into, I feel like it's a good game. You know, I think it's those kind of stuff. Yakuza 0 also come back to an Xbox? Ooh. Wait, is that a common thing? The game got removed, come back to it? That's interesting. I didn't know that would be possible. That makes it a lot more interesting. I wonder why. See that first time too? Oh. Then there's gotta be something special about it that makes it the devs or makes Xbox wanna get them again. Whether we know about it or not, that we don't know. Probably partnered with Wait, was it Capcom? I forgot. But I do agree, a lot of people still need to play Yakuza. At least Yakuza 0. It's such a good game. Holy shit, dude. I still stay true to it. Such a good game. You don't have to play the whole series. Just play the 0 one. That's got to be the decider whether you're gonna like it or not. Because it's literally a very good entry point for the series that have like 8 games, and each one of them is a massive game. I tried the one that was free on PS4 and immediately didn't like it. Which one? I played so far. I only played Yakuza 0, Yakuza 1, and I'm stuck in Yakuza 2. I haven't continued it. 1 was ass. I'm not gonna lie, the storytelling's bad, but it's also literally the first game in the whole series. It was like 90s game, and the game didn't really goes far from the first one. It got popular on like the other games later on. But Yakuza 0 is such a high quality shit. Yakuza 0 is something else, honestly. I kind of want some snackies. Kind of want something to munch. I'm not sure what though. Munch this. Mm-mm. Oh my god! I definitely need to add some more highlights in this one. Let's get it looks gook. I'm gonna turn up. I haven't played Skyrim in years and remember the exact location of all glitch merch. Nice. I got money on my mind. Money on my mind. Yeah. Oh Oh my god. Mm. Ah, that voice. Woo! God damn. Trim time. All right. I kind of feel like this one deserves background. Keep a nodding job. Not today, not today, not today. How I love to put it off. How I love to be taken care of. And we, the journey to Felicity clear. Icosahedron. I don't need to rest. Have to do my best. Call me Dreamtime. Mm-hmm. 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 And we keep on running down. Not today, not today, not today. How I love to put it on. Second hand doesn't do the same? Oh, the wholesome peace sign. I would totally do interlocking double peace sign. Oh my fucking god. I don't need to rest. Okay. I'm brainstorming right now. And we keep on adding job to the shadows. Day, not today, not today. How I love to put it on. How I love to be taken care of. I'm inside. A jingle doesn't burst down. Icosahedron. I don't need to rest. Have to do my best. Call me Trim time. Hmm. What if the background instead of light pink, it's a light blue? That's not light enough. It's kind of nice. Kind of will make it a little bit blurry. It's not that visible. Hey, what's up, Yui? It is. Drink water. Actually, true. Oh my god, my water's empty. Good reminder. Thank you. Uh, in a bit though. In a bit. How you doing? What's up? Hmm. Not too much. There are two of them. The Mitsue. Trying to make it not too festive. Like just enough to That's too dense. Oh! Wait, that's a minimum? It's too much. I guess I can use this instead. Hello, music's too loud. Oh my god, it's already past half hour, 30 minute. Hmm. Can't quite nail it. Oh. Okay, I see. Let them shout. Let them shout. I think we're done. The color. I think the ping is much, yeah, a lot more supportive. Yeah. All right. All right, done. Another art's actually finished. Nani? Huh? Red finish art? What? What? Who is this guy? Who? Who? Nice, nice. I'm gonna put it here still. It's not too obvious. Oh my god. I just noticed an error. Here it comes, the game of guess where the error is. There we go. Alright. Alright. My eyes are scanning. My eyes are scanning for any errors. I see the error too. You guys in here. You guys play some games. Don't worry, I'll tag him on Twitter later. He'll see it. He'll see it. Maybe I should change names soon so people won't mix up. I mean, I don't think it's a problem. I don't think a lot of people mixed up anyway. So you cool. You can do it if you wanna. Don't have to. Oh, a lot? Oh, never mind then. What's up, Nell? How you doing? Even my girlfriend mixed up. Oh no. Hey, which one's my boyfriend? Oh no. Yeah, to be fair, both of you have the Mitsue at the back, and also both is a pink color. That, yeah, sure. I can see that mixed up. I can see that. How you doing, Nell? Rare super late Nell spotted. What you doing? Ugh. Yeah, I'm done. There you go. My most updated take of you. God damn. I've yet found anyone have the same username like me. Cool, cool. I mean, Nell, just Nell. I feel like it's gotta be not that hard to find. But Nell Ganku, you know what I mean? That's a little bit different. Oh, what's that, David? Nice. Nice. Come. I see you've been enjoying your journey in Rust. Good, good. That's nice blouse there, Yui. It's Yua. Cool. Alright. Now let's do the fun part, which is download the time lapse. See the time lapse. Oh, busy summer school and stuff. Hey, hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. What is summer school anyway? I don't have that here. I it's kind of not sure what do you do in summer school. Wake up, wake up, and soon you'll see that your hope is not lost. No, it's yours. Have what you need. And hey, you are. There you go. It's done. Let it go. Have what you need. And just let it grow. Finally. It's been a while since the last time I actually finished some art. Oh! Let's go! Right, finally finishes. Okay, the way you say it makes it sounds weird. Please, no. Alright. See. Z. Time lapse. Go. Whoa. I forgot I initially give you like my usual sharp ear. I forget you have like the spiky ears. Then I start changing it. How scuffed my fucking shading is. Oh, the eyes is so fun. Like you have like the flower petals in your eyes. It's so cool. I like that. There we go. Good shit. Good shit. Now draw a loot Yua. Okay, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Let's keep it wholesome, people. Hey. Let's just keep the loot drawing to my own OCs, alright? Here, say hi to Katie. There you go. Wholesome. Draw a hand holding. What do you mean? I want to draw like any kind of hand holding? I used to do that. Actually, have I ever do that? No, not really. I drew a lot of hugging. With Katie and Raiden. Now let's see. Let's compare it to the last time I draw Yua, which is been a while. I don't see it. Whoa! What's up, Lane and Ari? Two wholesome man. That's a good thing, though, right? That means a proof. My art's been approved. Yay! You need more big booba. Hey, I'm just following the reference. All right. I am trying to stay true to the reference. All right. But you is flat. Hey, I'm being nice here. Come on, I'm being nice here. It just says you was. Oh my god. These are so dumb, chat. What's up, I guess doing? Me, Lane, and Yua killing all the noobs in the cycle? Hell yeah. That's what's up, let's go. How do you do that? Basically, blah, 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 blah. Hold up. It's called zero width emote, which is only supported if you have 7 TV. That's how it works. Is that first you type in whatever emote. We're gonna use Shmoll here, which is like the base, the behind, and then you put the zero width emote, which is in this case is wanking. Boom. Okay. That looks so dumb. Usually it works with like Shmoll and dumb. Boom. Look at them. Dumb. Yeah. We're farming mobs and there's just random noob watching us. So I whip out my sniper and give him a piercing real quick on his face. Jesus Christ. He's just sightseeing, Ari. Maybe he just want to be friend. Oh my god. You guys are having way too much fun with it. We're gonna have an adult UF version soon. I'm pretty sure this is not even like really accurate to the real Avatar. The thing is that everything that I draw, it's a little bit, you know, you know, yeah, you know what I mean. Mm. The pro course was given up to. Oh my god. You guys are having way too much fun there. I put. Oh my god, man. I think the most over the top that I did for VR chat drawing was one since. That one was Jesus Christ. uh what the fuck is going on, chat? Holy shit. Huh? Don't you remember? Sure, it's been kind of a while. Hold up, let me see if I can find the art. Boom. This is like last year, I think, or something. Last year or 2 years ago. Definitely, I definitely have a lot cleaner line art, but the smugginess, the expression is still there. Like I was trying so hard to not make you a smug, because it's like trying to make it more like a cheerful expression. It's so hard. I cannot stop making smug face. So yeah, this one is really good. I really like it. It's really noise. It's really noise. Proud and afraid. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think it's time for us to play some horror game. But before that, let me upload this real quick. So if you guys wanna see the full HD, it is available on twitter.com/raddtrap or Instagram, whichever you prefer. Thank you, by the way, Yua, for all the references. It really helps. Because before, when you only give me like what the first reference, I definitely butchered the hair. So give me the rest. That was really useful. Thank you. Horror game. How the fuck do you tech? Oh, okay, never mind. Saints, you're so you're so dumb, Saints. You're so dumb. There you go, chat. If you guys wanna take a look, take a closer look. I'm actually pretty proud of this one. Goddamn, it actually looks nice. Woo! See, if you actually take your time in your drawing, it's actually not trying to finish every drawing for one day. It actually looks good. Just take your time, take it easy, have fun. You are HD. Exactly, exactly. Alrighty. Okay. Hey, pronounce. Phrasing. Phrasing is very important. Phrasing, phrasing. Alright, I'm gonna go. Before we start our gaming session. Okay, I think we have enough metal. My ear's very blit right now. I think it's time for me to refill my water and sheet. You guys also take your time, refill your water, grab some snackies, because we're about to play some horror games. Oh shit! Oh shit! I cannot wait. Oh my god! I'm actually not really looking forward for this. But fuck, what can I do? Oh shit! Alright. 1 second. Forgot to charge my trackers. Every goddamn time. I kind of feel like I want to get some chicken. Not gonna lie. Should I get some chicken popcorn stuff? Well, I could. What do I feel like by horror? He means a very light horror game? Oh, okay. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure some of you guys know the game. It's just released like last week. And I'm pretty sure it's like in the I don't know if it's top seller, but it's pretty popular. A lot of you guys probably know it. Alright, right back. Alright, I'm back. As long as Rad is screaming, it's good enough. Fair point. I'm back, I'm back. But I had that one time that Rad actually went missing for a few hours. Hey. So remember that shit. Oh my god. Good one. Good one. I remember. I remember. I remember. Do you remember? Oh, by the way, this is the one. This is the clip that I was talking about. Then, uh, this one.
You want a beer? He's 4! I don't know, what am I supposed to do with him?
I was like, I found it last time was like a different format. It's so good. Oh my god.
You want a beer? He's 4! I don't know, what am I supposed to do with him?
You know the funny thing is that I can actually see this being real. It fits the character. Oh my god. He's 4! The new addition to the Genshin collection. Alright. Let's hope that the game works fine because I haven't tested it off stream. So there might be some stuff not work out here and there. So wish me luck. Wish me luck. Alright. The game that we're gonna play for today's or this week's a Spoopy Saturday is a game that is called Mature Content Warning. The following video games contain graphic depiction of headphones. The game may play in immersive 3D surround sound. The best experience, use headphones. There you go, chat. Just a warning. Ooh. Oh, this is already looking really nice. Oh no. I'm not excited for this. Wait, where's the title drop? Alright. Turn silent mode on and off. When silent mode is active, the main character will be muted, but title will remain visible. Oh, okay. The fuck? Zero is not zero? What is this? Interesting. I'm gonna be realistic. I have a GTX 1060. I probably won't be able to run this game on high, ultra, so let's just keep it down. I doubt it, but hey, let's give it a go. So this game is called Madison. This game, fun fact, this game has been in development hell for 5 years. I think 4 to 5 years. We literally saw like a glimpse of the first game, like the scene, like literally on 20, like before I even started streaming. So this game has been around for a while, but finally just released like a week ago, or less than a week. Had no idea. I have no idea. This game is giving me some Visage vibe, which I don't like. I hate Visage in a good way. It's a really good horror game, but I just cannot with that game. So let's hope that it's not as fucked up as Visage. Alright, let's just jump into it. Difficulty? Alright, man. Alright, I am not playing hard on a horror game. Visual hit, no visual, no photography zone. Harder enemies, normal enemies. Let's just play normal for now. Start game. Confirm. Take a look at the photos you take from the inventory. Are you a real man? Yeah, but I'm a pussy. I'm a real man, but also a pussy. I'm just being honest. I do love horror game, but I'm a pussy with horror game. I don't know why. It's like eating spicy food. Like I'm not really good with spicy food, but I cannot stop eating spicy food. It's so good that I just don't care. So, you know, yeah. I swear I'm not a maso. I swear. So are you a scaredy cat? I don't know. The thing is that I'm not good with horror, but I like horror. Like, I'm really jumpy. Yeah, but I like them. Like, they scared the shit out of me, but I like them. I don't know. It's a very interesting relationship with horror games or horror media, because I like horror movies as well. One of my favorite is Ju-on. It's a classic. Bloodiest Games is a very edgy name.
Oh my god. Oh, my head.
Wow, I'm surprised I can run this game more than 60 FPS. Hello? Why is...
Answer me that. Just answer me that! Your own family. Your own blood. What the hell were you thinking? What in the hell crossed your mind? What the fuck is happening
Okay,
to you?
this is so weird. I have more than 60 FPS, but when I move my mouse, it doesn't feel like a 60 FPS. It's so weird. What's happening? You okay, sir? Is he crying or laughing? I can't tell. It looks like a Luca 567. Alright. I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Dad?
Oh, that's Dad?
Dad, please. Please talk to me. I don't understand what's going on. Dad, stop. You're not making any sense.
Alright. Interesting. The camera sway is very bad. This is... I don't like this. From your cousin Romeo, 626, Buenos Aires, Argentina. To John Maxwell and family, August 21st, 2017. That does not says Macklemore Street. That says Buenos Aires. The fuck? Game? Alright. How does the game look? By the way, chat, on stream. Sometimes...
I have to find the handle.
Sometimes it looks okay to me, but it doesn't look okay for stream. But let me know if it starts looking scuffed and everything, yeah? My cursor... 0.5, 0.4... Can I use it? So I need to find something that I can use. Dad? Alright. This is Rat Trap stream. Scuff is by default true. Oh my god. Oh. I have a physical body. Nice. I'm not sure what's going on. Luca 567. Alright, we're already stuck. I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do here. Also, the audio is a little bit too low. There we go. Oh, this is silent mode again. Oh, never mind, character. Hola! Rotate. Whoa! I'm not sure, am I doing something right or wrong? Did I do anything? Wait, what's that? Oh, the handle! What's that? A hammer. Oh my god. The fuck was that? Alright, let's go. This game is basically feels like a visage.
You
Oh my!
are not my son! You are not my son.
Jesus Christ. Dad!
The priest was right.
Priest was...
What an idiot I was. I should have taken you with them. Why? Why is this happening to me? Please, please,
Did I do something?
give me my son back. I want my son back.
Interesting. I am his son. Oh. Walk away. He talked to me like I'm not his son. Interesting.
Come on. Maybe I can get out through Grandpa's house.
Oh my god! Okay, that's extremely loud. I almost
I gotta get out of here.
fuck off. Okay, we got puzzles. Dad?
I need to find a way out. Before Dad notices I'm here.
Oh my fucking god. Bro. The fuck is going on?
Wasn't there a door here?
Wait, what? My god. By the way, my FPS is dropping. Hold up. Help! I have a 60 FPS, but it doesn't feel like 60. What the fuck is going on with this game? This game feels so weird. Hello? Shit. Okay. Dad? Oh my fucking god, dude. Dad? That looks extremely real. Fuck. Okay.
My birthday present?
Mom, Dad will love
How
you.
did it get here?
Open it. Alright.
It must be broken. looks just like Dad.
There's gonna be a jump scare after this.
Among the auction items were paintings by Madison, as well as some gold and diamond jewelry. Of noteworthy was Miss Hell's precious instant camera, which has finally found a new owner. It's been 30 years since the notorious multiple murders, and in spite of numerous auctions of family assets, no one had previously purchased her camera. For viewers unfamiliar with the story, Madison Hill killed her own family during a witchcraft ceremony. She was then fatally shot in the stomach by a police officer who had caught her in the act. And now for the weather.
Bro, what the fuck? Hold up a sec. I keep hearing noises. This game actually makes me nervous. Fuck. One sec. Oh, it's a tiny door. Okay, so we got... What the fuck? Did he move? Okay, so we got a birthday present. Luca is his 16th birthday. Mom, Dad, and... I don't know what that is. And Chanel? Is that my... Alright, this game does those things. Fuck off. Alright, so I have to figure out how to open this. We know from earlier we got 5, 6, 7, but this is a 4-digit. Luca 5, 6, 7. What does it mean? Oh my god, it moved again. Alright, what do you want? I cannot open. Interact. Whoa! What? Hold to use the camera. Oh my god! I accidentally click out. Now I cannot see what's the picture. Okay. God, the camera swaying is very motion sickness inducing. I'm not really good at this. Oh my god, this is bad. Is there no option to turn it off? Fuck, that's bad. Why though? What game? This game's called Madison. have one of those camera in my drawer. Nice. Yeah, Polaroid's pretty interesting. Look at my parents' Fujifilm Olympus film camera. Hell yeah. Oh my god.
Open the door or I'm...
Wow, sweet 16.
Jenny! With a 16 months in a row.
Jeez, 16, oh my god.
Okay, why is the alert broken though? Okay, there we go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the long-term support. 16 months of
I should find a
resub.
nail or something to hang
How you
it with.
doing? What's up? What's up? Sweet 16. Ah, it's a nail. Nothing. Oh my god, hey, hello. Who's that? Are you Madison? Alright. Now we just need to hang the fucking thing. Huh? I hear door, but there's no door. Huh? Ay, pita! Oh, now there's door. Okay. I think I can watch this spoopy game a little too spoopy. It's okay. Thank you for the resub anyway. Yeah, it's a little bit... It got one of those visage vibe. Okay, it's locked. We'll come back to that later. Okay, so the rooms kind of go back to normal. The watch disappeared. Or the clock disappeared. This is very interesting lock design. I wish there's a way to turn off this camera swaying. This is very bad. I understand it's trying to simulate the real head movement, but this does not belong in the game. This does not belong in the game. Oh my god, my eyes. Oh no, I don't know if I can play this long. Oh no. Oh, I know what the game wanted me to do. Oh, surprisingly not. Albert Maxwell. Don't worry, I'm not watching either. Hey! Pussy. Pixel horror can be pretty high quality too, true. Like the... I forget what it's called. The classic... I forgot. Yeah, I forgot what it's called. Yeah, to be fair, this game have the the door open? Okay. The random audio design is very shit. I don't know why they do that. What I'm trying to say is that this game's trying to implement the photorealistic stuff. Like,
What the hell has Dad been doing here?
like what the Visage did. Madison Hale dumped her victims' bodies inside a well in her basement. 43 years old Satanist woman killed her own family during a witchcraft ceremony. Serial killer was fatally shot in the stomach. Dreadful pictures of the victim's body were found in Hale's basement. Officer Russell testifies. As informed by the police department, the officer that ended Madison's life testifies that before dying, the serial killer begged her for her instant camera. The 43-year-old woman is suspected to have taken picture of her victims once mutilated. Nice. Classic. Madison Hale was shot down to death by Officer Russell, who has just testified to Hale found her dismembering her victims inside a well of her property. Madison agonized a few hours before she died. Directly caught and murdered. 4 member bodies were found. Witchcraft or mental illness. Alright. Keep away from children. Pocket-sized box for general purpose only. Fire kills children. Dude, fire kills anything. The fuck? What do you mean? How's a key? The fuck? The way that box said is as if like fire does not kill adults. Like, ahaha, once you're adult, you're immune to fire. Take store. Oh, it's one of those. Nah, nothing. It's like Resident Evil storage system.
Priest Thomas?
Oh my god. Low volume. Is this a new horror game? I feel like I've seen a game use Polaroid. Yeah, it's like released a couple days ago. It's been in development for years. We've been keeping up with this game development for a while. We saw like 3 or 4 trailers from them. The game looks very different at first. I hope you find this useful. Please be careful. Remember what we talked about. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Priest Thomas. I know tapes are old, but I still struggle with computers. Interesting. Dude, just learn computer, bro. Just learn, lol. Fatal frame? Fatal frame does not use a Polaroid, no? Does it? Actually, I don't remember. Okay, how the fuck do I play the cassette? Can we play it on TV? No. Oh my god. The screen shake. Jesus Christ. Can I go back?
I won't be able to go back.
Right, I won't be able to go back. Never mind. Okay, can I use that? Where do we go then? What do we do? Wait, at the back of the picture. Albert Maxwell, 1986. So Albert Maxwell is our grandpa. Oh, oh, the code are. -1. 1258. 1224. There's so many guesses. 35670. 1257. I'm not sure if I'm in the right center or not. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. We got a lot of numbers. There's no way. 1982. Puke. I might. What's up, Gara? How you doing? No, never mind. 02252590422711812223. Not sure how the fuck can we guess this. We got a giant -1 over here. That has to do with something. Okay, the puzzle's too hard. I'm already stuck. 4169? Where did you get that? Out of my ass. True. 21232801. The fuck does the -1 means? This has to do with something. -1. But which one? Four, 3, 2, 92. Is this act? Am I dumb? Am I actually stuck? Huh? Oh, dude, I don't know if I can. Oh my god, my eyes. Holy shit. Jesus, dude. Oh, my eyes. I don't know why. Wait. 6567? That does not make sense, but let me give it a try. Six, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god! Oh!
No. This can't be happening. God.
Okay. Why would you put middle click? What do I... The fuck? I have to use middle click to open things. Does this mean anything? Or is this just literally a picture? It got my name on it, 567. And then there's a right leg and left arm. No idea. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, this collection of my photos. I feel like you always get stuck at lock. True. That is not wrong. That is not wrong. What is this? 11, 12, February, March. Something, something. 1969, 1968. It doesn't make sense. Why did she kill her parents? Robert Hale, Judith Hale, Drake Fletcher. Did she know him? What should I do? Is she trying to communicate with my son? What is happening to who? Dawn? Too many questions. What's a documentary? What? What's wrong with the camera? Does this guy walk like a penguin? I don't fucking know. But I really hate this feature. I don't know if I can last long. Gotta be honest. What do we do, chat? What do we do? Do we actually need to try every single digit? Are you serious, brother man? 1969. I already tried that. One, 5, 8. No. 1, 2, 5, 7. No. 5, 7. Well, 5, 6, 7, 0. 5, 6, 7, 0. All right. Oh my god, are we actually doing this? Uh, 2894 0229 4424 2590 0225 5, 6, 7, 8. Are you supposed to use a camera to take a picture of certain things? Ah, good question. Definitely not this one. How about this? Nope. Alright, I'm gonna abuse this. Let's go. Yes, take picture of you, Mr. Oh my god. Doesn't do anything. Dude, I'm too dumb for this game. Holy. I think you actually need a brain for this game. Chat, how? I'm stuck. Help. You as an angry demon spirit now? Huh? Dude, there's no way I'm gonna try this one by one. Oh my god. 4, 2, 3, 8. 4. Why am I yawning a lot? Holy shit. Hold up. Let me get another cup of coffee. I'll be back. I kinda wanna snack on my cat's food. The kibbles. Maybe it's delicious, I don't know. Yeah, give me horns, US favorite-ish goat Ganyu. Ooh. It's those kind of game. Okay, this does not help. Does this help? It actually shook, so there's got to be something. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. I still don't understand. Taste tested. I think I tasted my cat's food back then. A while ago. Dude, the random audio is so cringy. It's like completely random. It doesn't make sense. Why does the room shake when I take a picture of the pentagram? What? No! Oh wait, it shows something. Never mind. 2 planet and tears. So 2 here. Planet here, and then tears. But what does that mean? I have no fucking clue. Shake, shake, shake. Is there a place where you can put symbols? There should be. I don't think so. There's this. Luca, which is our name, 567. I have no idea what that is. I'm Luca is 16 years old. And inside this box is a picture of severed left arm and right leg, I think. What does that have anything to do? Not sure. Gonna be honest. Luca 567. What is Luca? Does Luca mean anything in any language? Is it a number? So like, let's say, is this 5? Is this 6? Is this 7? And now we are going to brute force it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Alright, doesn't make sense. Okay, I tried. Think you're missing an area in the house? There's this. Can I go back there? There's this, but it's huh? Hello? 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 You think I can take a picture of this? That doesn't make sense. Lucum in cock in Latin. Is there a basement? No, there's not. There's another locked room. Dude, that random sound effects is so dumb. Trying to scare you, but sometimes the sound effects sounds important when it's not. Okay, sorry. Luca. There's always a basement. That's where Yua is. Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to. You know, I feel like, yeah, it's a bit relatable. Is there a well? No. No, I don't think so. Am I supposed to find something around here? See, this is why we don't necessarily stream puzzle games. I'm a little bit too slow with this kind of stuff. Albert Maxwell, 1968. Brain. Works. What can we do? What can we do, chat? We got this. Looks like it's missing 2 pieces of something. Not a random sound. Literally cannot use anything. Ah, 2 times 2 equals 4. Wow, thank you. No shit. 1969, 1968, 2001. Two Planeteers. It's okay, at least we can hear Mr. Trap scream. Did you fix the generator yet? Wrong game! Wrong game, David. I am stuck. I swear I probably missed something very obvious, like a dumbass. Like clearly in your face, but I didn't see it. So I miss it. Solve the clock puzzle? The cock puzzle? No. How the fuck do you solve it? It's trying to ask for interaction with something, but we don't have the item for it. Say na 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 na. Da 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 da. Hey. Oh my god, I'm actually stuck. Am I this dumb? Oh my god. Help! Wait a minute. 1987.
Dad said he was repairing Grandpa's house, but instead he's been investigating this woman? What is going on?
43 years old, blah blah blah. Chat, 43 years old, how many years is that? After a long history of incidents, St. Jupiter's Cathedral is all the rage once again upon confirmation that it will hold a public wake in honor of the soul of a 43 years old Madison Hale, who murdered a total of 4 people last month. The wake will be public and free, and according to a priest's sayings, they will seek to illuminate Madison's souls with divine light, allowing her to peer into the gates of heaven. What? Huh? (1987). 1987. I feel like we've done that before. Because this is 1987. We haven't done that. 1987. Wow. It's not it. What stuff you have done so far in this game? I unlocked the safe. The safe lock house thingy, the safe, the wall box of steel, the safe. This. I don't get it. Why is that screen shaking? Did you find a journal yet? No? Where the hell do you find the journal? There's no goddamn journal. Hold up. Deep inside of me, a girl you just don't realize what you do to me. Keep it up, girl. When you turn me on, put on a feeling. I'm high on believing, 'cause you're in love with me. Holy shit, dude, I'm stuck. What? I'm actually in disbelief. How can I be so dense? Put on a feeling. Somewhere you're supposed to get a journal and it has something to do with the safe. What? Take, I guess. I hate this game.
My notebook. So Dad's the one who took it away from me.
Never looted the safe. Why would I loot it? Storage that is empty. How am I supposed to know it's not empty? Like the UI literally like said take and store. That means that you're supposed to store your stuff like a Resident Evil game. It's an inventory management thingy. You know? Sister's
I don't
leg.
remember drawing any of these.
Mom's arm.
Am I
Dad's head.
going insane?
Nice. So now we know what are the three. Oh! Something going on. So those three are that. So,
Here's the one here. Okay, listen.
Rockin' Arts? And thank you for a follow. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Appreciate it. How you doing? Sister's leg, mom's arm, dad's head. What? How is this helps? How does this help? Huh? Nani is this, man? Nani is this? We do have 2 of them. So this is my mom's arm and my sister's leg. I'm missing my dad's head. Oh, we're supposed to find the dad's head. Nice. I put on a feeling. That's right, thank you. We'll look around now. Is that... Oh. Shit opens.
Grandpa's house.
Whoa!
I haven't been here since he died.
So you're not supposed to unlock it right now. I guess that makes sense. Thank you, David.
It has no signal.
A signal. Okay, let's not go there first.
Fuck. This storm must have taken out the power. I think Grandpa had a generator in the basement.
Let me hear this first. What? Okay, so I cannot listen to a cassette because the light's out? Oh. Wait, that makes sense. It's electrical powered. Alright, never mind, I'm dumb. My bad. Huh? Is this a fucking puzzle again? Huh? Oh. That is such a dumb puzzle. Wait, why is it not on? Oh.
There is no need to cut off the power right now.
Noise. I put on a feeling. Jump scare. No. Oh! The thingy thing for the clock watch. The clock watch. English. Hey. Honestly, the head sway animation is probably the worst feature here so far. I wish you can actually disable it. Jupiter, Mars.
From the moment of first contact, it is already too late. When a demon attaches itself to a human,
Demons?
it becomes a parasite of sorts. It feeds from the host until it devours every last part of their soul. In most instances, the demon's relentless objective is to get back to the world of the living. If you want to break that link, well, I'm afraid it's no simple matter. I could speak at length about various rituals and procedures, but by far the best way is to obey. Help the demon attain that which it seeks. Only then will the demon leave of its own accord. Usually they enter the earthly plane through certain objects that they use as conduits between worlds. Even if you rid yourself of that object later, the demon has made the contact it needs, and already walks among us.
He said it!
In the first stages of possession,
he said the word.
Human tends to withdraw from friends and family, becoming
aggressive,
So Dad thinks
even violent. This is
that I'm
the result
possessed?
of the spiritual battle between the host and the entity, both vying for control over the mortal body. The symptoms that indicate that the possession is progressing are dizziness, nausea, and headaches. The latter of which can be so intense as to render the host unconscious for days. The dark entity manipulates its host with visual hallucinations and voices in the mind. Destroying the sanity of the host is for the purpose of making them
I can't believe Dad
malleable,
contacted this
compliant.
person.
This is how the demon fully exerts its insidious control. Oh, and before I forget, several cases of possession saw strange behavioral patterns in nearby insects, cockroaches in particular. My advice, steer clear of the insects.
Okay.
There's just no way. I can't be possessed. There must be a mistake. Those pictures, that leg, that arm, I didn't do it. Dad thinks it was me, but oh God. My head. A door. A red door. What's happening to me? Is this what that man was talking about? It can't be happening to me.
Huh?
Could it be the basement door?
Okay. Very interesting. Can we find something? Ultra clean. Very clean. A very weird key. Ooh! I know where this is key from. F4. Okay. Hola! Cockroaches. Hello. Okay. Oh! Wait, why is it not smiling? Oh, is this supposed to be like the... It has the other effect. It doesn't bring luck.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
I gotta find a way to open
Exactly.
this door if I want to get out of this house.
Boo! What's up, Ari? 9 o'clock. 13 second. What does it mean? Albert Maxwell. What does it mean though? Hello? I am confused. Oh, I see. There is so many
It smells awful.
Do not
The pipes must be clogged.
use. Okay, we don't have to. Damn, imagine
Chains?
imagine
Maybe
you
I
want to
can break them
go,
with something.
but your toilet is locked with this fucking steel lock like this. Holy shit. That sucks. Blue knees is real. Who? Huh? A collectibles. Okay, why is this a thing? What? What? Okay. That's so random. Mr. Trap IRL house reveal. Oh. Hello?
Grandma and Grandpa's room.
Hello? I need 2! What is that though? Is that another triangle key? I gotta go now because I don't like it too scary. Alright, it's okay. Appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by, Ari. Have a good night. Jupiter or Mars? It's not scary, Ari. No, you can't make me. Yeah, I mean. May Rat's house haunt your dream. Huh? Huh?
It's empty.
I'm gonna store this. I don't need it, probably. The hammer I probably need it. Okay, the rest I need it. Alright. See, I hate those kind of stuff. It's not like it's so random, it's kinda dumb. Like, I don't know. Why would I hear a random door opens behind in another room when there's no door open? Like, the fuck? Okay. What does that have anything to do? What? Blub tap, blub tap, blub tap, blub tap. So are we supposed to find the one that has 9 o'clock in it? I guess? 9 o'clock in 13 seconds? Okay, there's no way I have to wait for it, right? Wait a minute. Hold up. Okay, I thought that speeds it up. Oh, are you supposed to go? Oh my god. You're supposed to walk through this. What the hell? Found a box of Oreo double cream. What do you mean found? The hell, man? I want some. The hell? The hell? Oh my fucking god. Nice screen shake. Ooh. Zawell.
What? What is this place?
This is a place where Madison.
This is impossible. What's wrong with me?
Oh, I remember. So it's 2 So it's 2 planet and tiers. So if it's based on that, that means this
Those
one
symbols.
is 2.
I've seen them before.
2. This is tiers. And then this.
It looks like a crime scene.
This is planet. Pussy 2. My frame drops to 30. Wait, what? Oh, I gotta open it with something. Oh! Echauvel. The ring 2. Pussy 2. Way to go, Luca. Way to go. Good job. Now what? Okay, let's just go back. Honestly, I'm not a fan so far. The game is a little bit too random. I get it, it's basically like trying to make you like... It's like one of those games that you don't know anything at first until the more you play, the more you learn. But like, this is way too blank. It's like, it's way too random. Time goes by so fast. This clock. What do we need? Why do we want to do with this shovel? I know what you mean. The way to open the well is kind of meh. Oh wait. Okay. Oh come on, you can definitely break the padlock with the fucking shovel. I mean, come on. But it doesn't really make sense. Oh no. Morty not liking this.
That. It's too high up.
Pussy.
I don't think I can reach that. It's too high up.
Okay. What are you supposed to do then? Hello? Hello? 1 second. Oh my god, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. Okay, no signal again. God damn it. Anonymous. Thank you, not thank you with the 100 bits. Appreciate it. The jigs jumped. Oh my god. The progress in this game is very... The pacing is very random. Not gonna lie, my ADHD brains kind of want to get over it already. I'm gonna keep trying for a little bit more. Alright, chat. Any clue? What am I supposed to do now? Oh my god. Take picture of every new thing you find. Alright. Wait a minute. Oh, no way, you have to take a picture of the sewer. That's so dumb if that's a thing. No way. No way, dude. No way, that's it. That is so dumb, I swear to God, if that's the thing. I swear to God! If the oh my god, no way. No fucking way. Okay, dude, you just gotta fucking climb down there looking down the well. What's up, Payne? How you doing? Dumbass.
God. The smell. The water is disgusting.
Obviously, it sounds like he's whining.
This box is extremely rusty.
Noise.
I won't be able to open it easily.
Madison 1234.
A second ago. Officer Russell?
The dude who caught 41122 Russell. Oh my god, more 4 numbers. 17322 452 12666. Officer Russell. Hello? Jump scare. Okay, I cannot go anywhere. It's one of those jump scare sequence. Get ready.
Rad Condenoir Rad Condenoir Rad Condenoir Rad Condenoir Rad Condenoir Rad Condenoir.
This is the TTS making it sounds like you're saying cunt. Once in. Fuck? This is so random. Now what? Oh.
Why are they using Xbox 360 mic?
So that's how you do it. Another one. You know what's funny about that? The screen shake is so violent I cannot see what the fuck was that. Oh my fucking god. Jump scare in 3, 2.
Officer Russell here.
Oh.
June 17th, 1987, 5:27 a.m. I am now entering Madison Hill's basement.
Hill? 1987?
I can see there's a sort of well in the center of the room. Looks like it's open. I'm gonna investigate further, see what's on the other side of this.
Ah, yes. Investigate alone. Sure.
God, there's a horrendous smell coming from down here.
Very good idea, sir. Or ma'am.
I almost can't take it. Time to make things worse so I can't see a goddamn thing down here.
Okay.
Shit. I think I found the missing individuals. They're all mutilated. Legs, arms, they're just everywhere.
Okay.
I can't see Madison. I don't think she's here. Oh, God. I gotta get out of here.
Oh,
Good idea.
What was that?
Oh my god.
I think I'm not alone.
Oh my god, you got.
Definitely someone here.
It's your mom. Jump scare?
Madison? Is that you?
Oh, it looks like
Please! Show yourself!
it's
Next
doing.
door.
It's reenacting the thingy thing, but from. Oh my god! What the fuck? Okay.
Stand back! Put your hands up where I can see them.
You stand back, ma'am. Literally cannot do anything. Gunshot.
Don't come any closer! Step back! I said step back!
Jump scare.
This
Dude,
cannot be real.
The build-up is so long, I can predict
Belong to
it.
that woman. Why is this happening to me? I gotta get the hell out of.
Oh my god. Hello? Oh my god. The pacing is very random.
Oh god.
I feel like it's a little bit too slow.
Where am I?
My ADHD
What is this?
wins over how scary the
That
game
woman.
is.
Is it possible that she's still alive?
She's possessing me, Monka Jiga. Ow! That is extremely loud. Alright. Oh, we gotta take camera shots. Oh, Zamun. Oh wait, that's not a moon. Oh, the cockroach. I swear to God, they need to chill with the screen shake. Welcome back. We're back. But what do we get? More jump scares coming. I'm very focused on this gameplay, but it's still like I said, the pacing.
Damn.
Oh Jesus.
My head. It hurts. Yeah.
Ah, my God, my ear.
I don't understand. My head.
Oh, the attic. It's open now. Oh my God. All right.
This is huge.
Huge.
I've never been here before.
Age is just a number. Whoa. Whoa. Been on the internet way too long. You can add or subtract, but at the end of the day, when the time comes, you die anyways. Alright. Wise word. Okay, can I use anything? Someone been studying a lot. I guess some school exam is fairly stressful, huh?
The shape of this portrait is quite
The
strange.
fuck is that? Nice picture, man. What's his name? Jofina Maxwell, 56 years old. Lemon portrait. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Oh, a key. A hard key, I'm assuming that's for Albert Maxwell. Oh. Grandpa? Holy shit.
I'm carrying too much already.
Fully Oh my god, now I have to go back all the way down to the safe. Oh my god, I fucking hate this. Prison is just a building. Why the fuck do they need a fucking inventory system anyway for this kind of game? 43. Jump scares. Buh. Alright. 43. Over cucumber. Yes, classic. El Clasico.
43 was killed by a 3-year-old woman was killed by a police officer. The 43 police officer. The 43 was killed by a 3-year-old woman was killed by a police officer. The
43 a police officer. The 43. Sound like someone said fuck Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Joe Biden.
A mess. The entrance key should be somewhere.
Joe Biden.
There are meds everywhere.
I scrolls the repents. What does that do? What does iCrawls do, chat? Joe Biden.
Why would he keep all this?
Cataracts.
Grandma died a long time ago.
You don't understand, man. Grandma is El Satania.
Grandma's diary?
Aww. Dear diary. Oh my god, we gotta read novels again. 3-year-old woman killed police officer. What? Let's go, Brandon! March 22, 1972. They say that having a diary is good for the brain. Well, we'll see how this goes for me then. March 29. Today we went to a garage sale near the center on a book of a very good recipe. Johnny's came back happy with a book too. He was very excited about it. It was a good day indeed. Oh no, he got a book, How to Summon Satan. April 1st. I woke up in the middle of the night again. I swear, there was someone staring at me in the corner of the room. Alright, good job, Grandma. Today I found my jewelry scattered all around the room. My wedding ring inside the kitchen sink. I asked Johnny what he was looking for, but he swears he didn't touch a thing. We had to bring Johnny to our bed once again. The book we bought him only caused him nightmares. We have to admit that this is a little scary though. All my jewels are out of place again. I gotta find my wedding ring. It was the cutest gift Albert ever gave me, but today Johnny wasn't at home. Sometimes I feel as if there was someone else in the house watching every step I make. Albert tells me not to worry. He might think I'm starting going crazy. What a relief I have the ring in John's room. Honestly, I don't know what to think. I didn't get any sleep last night. I could not get the stupid tale of eyeless monster out of my head. I don't know why we bought him that shitty book. I haven't written a long time. This week's April, May. Oh, this week's I've been on a doctor to another. Sometimes something's wrong. Something is wrong with my eyes. They don't know what is happening to them. My sight is getting blurrier each day, and it hurts a lot. God, doctor says that I lost more than 40% of my sight in this last week's. Find it hard to read, write, watch TV, and even think of other things. My pupils are kind of erasing from my eyes. I'm tired of medication, nothing seems to help. I cannot stand the pain anymore. What is happening to me? It's extremely hard for me to move around the house with my eyes like this. I cannot stand the pain anymore, but God help me, please. I'm really scared. I don't know. I know there's someone in the house, but nobody believes me. I know it's true, even though I cannot see it. I feel a presence. There's something living among us. Oh no, I say that. Sorry. Fuck. I know there's someone in the house. I heard noises all night long. I swear. I heard someone breathing while trying to get a glass of water. I lost more than 80% of my sight. The doctor says they'll no longer see any solution. I don't want to be alone in the house anymore. I'm not safe here. My ring is out of place again, but it doesn't matter. Nobody will be able to find it now. I just hid it underneath. Underneath where? Underneath. Oh! I think I know. I think it's the one upstairs in the attic. So the medication is for grandma. Okay, interesting. Medication.
She was so sick.
Blah, blah, blah. Cataracts diagnostic. Must have cataracts, what I will return completely white. The patient lost her sight progressively in short periods of time. 95 and 87 cannot define neither issue. Blah blah blah. Was continuing medication is up to date treatment.
What are these things?
I don't know, bruh. Check it out. Processing surface. Okay, I think it's like an old school film. Oh! Oh! Oh shit, we just need one more. Motherfucker! So it's Mars, Jupiter. Wait a minute. Oh no. Wait. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto? I think that's how it goes. Wait. Then why is Mars next to Jupiter? That does not make sense. Mars? Wait, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus.
You'll be surprised to learn how Uranus is pronounced Cap.
Uranus. Wow. Okay, shut the fuck up, Chet. Uranus, Neptune. Is that Pluto? I don't think that's how Pluto looks. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Uranus, Neptune. This is the other way around. So it's Uranus. Wait. Yeah, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Wait, what? There's more? Huh? I don't know, man. Oh. Oh. Alright. It's something new. Okay, it's a plank. That means I can... Then why can I not move it? Say it'll never be the same. Okay, what do we have now? Shovel. I still have yet to open this. So water. Okay, let's restock some stuff. Wait, it's the other way. It's the other room. Shit, I'm kind of hungry. Should I get something? What should I store? Here's the hammer. Wait, hold up. Order chicken again? No. When something's light. Eat some cornflakes? Okay, I wish. I wish. I would like to get some cornflakes. Oh!
Dude, order the chicken, I dare you.
Onion ring. I got an onion.
Thank you, the ghost of chicken with the $9.99. Order the chicken, I dare you. I was gonna. You can't stop me. Huh? Ah! Hello? Wait. Why is there collectibles in this game? The fuck? I don't get it.
That song.
Police officer. The 43 police officer. The 43 was killed by a 3-year-old police officer. Woman was killed by a police officer. The 43 police officer. The 43 was.
Shut the fuck up! Holy shit!
What? It's open now. There's definitely someone here.
The voice actor is so. Hello? I'm sorry. I don't know why it's funny. Oh shit, that's Dad and me. Ah! Oh, am I supposed to take a picture?
That piano is blocking the front door.
What am I supposed to do? Oh.
That fucking statue. Am I going insane?
Yep. Ooh. Ah. My body's hollow. I am a goose. Oh, that looks cool. That looks so cool. It's like someone's shadow. Oh, that's so cool.
Grandpa's office.
Oh. Oh no.
How to contact the dead. All this time, we thought he went mad. But he only wanted to talk to her again.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if I can feel bad about that. If you need a combination, you know where to find it. What's that supposed to mean, bitch? "33 years old, Pascal Maxwell." Hey, fitta! Fuck. The writing, bruv. What? Why? Oh, the thingy thing. Oh, this is cool.
Grandma.
Aww. Okay, that's a very shitty picture. Oh, that. Jump scare.
These photos are pretty old.
No shot, man. I was expecting a jump scare. Oh no. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh my god! It's possessed! Oh! Oh, I see it, I see it, I see it. Nice! Puzzle Master 64. Oh shit, baby.
Grandpa never got over her death.
Elizabeth Maxwell. Aww. Sorry, Grandpa. Hello, what's up, Nescafe? Classic. I love coffee. Huh? What? Wait, did I miss a jump scare? Did I miss a jump scare? I think there was a jump scare, I just missed it. Okay. What the fuck? Oh! The 43. Oh, it doesn't do that anymore. Oh my god, my frame. All I knew was the door slammed like earlier. True. Oh no, we're not supposed to be here. At least, I mean, I can do this. Oh, I can do it right now, I think. Question mark? Alright, so we got 3 correct. We just need 1 more. 43 to 43 years old. Alright. Gmod hide and seek. I remember, dude. Gmod hide and seek was so fun. Honestly, TTT is probably the most fun. I remember. Do you remember, chat? I remember. Do you remember? I remember. Wait, so this is Mercury, Venus. So, oh, it's the other way around. Oh. Mercury, Venus, Earth. Oh, okay. I see what's going on now. And then Mars. There we go. Mars. Fucking Jupiter. Fuck you. Mars, Jupiter. Saturn. Neptune, Uranus, Neptune. There we go. Hey! Oh, let's go! We left our hammer. Fuck. There it is. Oh, we gotta retake our hammer. I forget where. Oh, right. Chat, what should I get? I'm kind of hungry, but I don't want to eat a whole ass meal. I want something a little bit light. But I'm not sure what to. Not sure what to take. What to get. I'm gonna be honest, mate. I'm gonna be honest. What's available? Anything. In Indonesia, weekend, like midnight time, that's the most. That's a time where most people will snack, eat some snacks, if anything. Even your mom.
Becoming possessed by a wicked entity is signified by a loss of control over the body, mind, and the soul. However, that is often not enough for the entity. It hungers for more. Things get much worse for the host. In these cases, possession is just the first step of the demon's plan. It is said there are those that return to our world, seeking to resolve unfinished matters from their mortal lives. The victims of these wicked possessions are subjected to a departure of sorts. An astral transportation, for lack of a better word.
An astral
These malicious beings force their hosts to live moments that shouldn't be possible in a different place and time, perhaps even in a different dimension altogether. It's madness.
Madness.
It's unclear whether these transportations occur inside the mind, or if the host is physically taken to some alternative reality.
Alternative reality?
Is he talking about VR chat? Wow. Wait, hold up one sec. Oh no, I'm possessed. Oh no, I'm logging into VR chat. No. Oh my god, my body's moving by itself. Hold up. sec, one sec. Okay, I think I'm gonna get this. Bada bing, bada boom. And I'm gonna get bada bam. The demon forcing me to stand in front of the mirror for hours to end. Oh no, Red is working in VR. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fuck off. Wait. Oh, I'm supposed to go to fucking grandparents' room. Hey! Will you back it up? Fuck you. 43 years old. Yup.
Okay.
Who? Who? Philomena Maxwell. I'm assuming this is a great grandpa. Wait, no, the great grandpa.
So Grandpa tried to contact Grandma with this thing? Is that blood?
Oh my god, it's blood! Why is the protagonist such a like? Oh my